Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hompton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy, especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero-emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Kimberly Williams, and I am your moderator your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker today is none other than Vicki Lee Parker High. And Vicki Lee Parker High currently serves as the Executive Director of the North Carolina Business Council, a statewide nonprofit business association with a mission to connect, empower, and influence business leaders to build a vibrant economy that protects our natural resources, sustains local communities, and benefits North Carolinians. She currently serves as the board of directors for North Carolinians for redistricting reform and the advisory council of the Croatian Institute. So I present to you Vicki Lee Parker.
Good morning, Coach Kimberly Williams.
And good morning to you. I thank you so much for coming and for sharing your expertise. Please remember that genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you. And let's jump right in. Good morning, everyone. Let me get ready here. This morning, as Dr. Coach Williams said, we're going to be talking about sustainability, business and sustainability. And specifically, I'm going to be going over how to market yourself as a sustainable business. So we're going to be covering 3 areas over the next 30 some minutes that I have your attention. So first, we're going to talk about what is a sustainable marketing and what it isn't. And second, we're going to talk about leveraging your sustainable practices. And then third, we're going to talk about some tips for successful marketing. So let's go ahead and get started. So first, we want to talk about ethical marketing. And this is important, especially when we talk about sustainability and the whole genre of green business, because there has been, and let's be honest, there have been occasions where in the past where we've had businesses where we see them say that they're about green and say that they're sustainable, but they didn't, have the evidence to back that up. And that has caused some discouragement in the marketplace. So first and foremost, I want to hit that and get that out the way. You want to make certain that to be an ethical marketing, it has to have several elements. First, you want to make certain that it's customer oriented. So you want to know what your customer wants and you want to know who they are. It has to focus on value for that customer. Again, it's not just about making money for your business. It's also looking very intently on the value you're bringing to that customer. Third, it has to be innovative. It has to somehow stand out. Fourth, it has to have a sense of mission. And then fifth, and like I said, most importantly, I think, is it has to be honest and authentic. And I like to repeat things because I know sometimes we go fast. So 5 things for ethical marketing: customer oriented, focus on value, innovative, sense of mission, honest, and authentic. And you might be thinking, I do those things. Well, and if you do, great. That's when we can move on. So what is sustainable marketing strategy? It's different from just your average marketing strategy. When you want to look at a marketing strategy sustainably, we're going to be looking at the process of planning, implementing, and controlling the development, pricing, promotion, distribution of products in a manner that's compatible with what we call the triple bottom line. And for those of you who have not heard that, the triple bottom line, that is people, planet, and profit. And so there's a whole lot of information on that that you can kind of Google and look up on the side, but there's a lot of business practice behind the idea of triple bottom line. And basically is where we're looking at and you're measuring all these 3 bottom lines equally, not just the black bottom line, the money bottom line, or the profit, but you're also looking at profit, you're looking at people, and you're looking at the planet. So you're measuring all 3 of these. So you have your goals on, it could be, to diversify your workforce. And so you're measuring your goals there. You're measuring your impact on the environment. It could be to reduce your waste to 0. So you're measuring your goals there. And then of course your profit. And most of us are familiar with measuring our goals relating to profit. But the triple bottom line business is always looking at all 3 of those at the same time, equally, and making certain that all of their development, pricing, promotion, distribution is looking at it through that lens of the triple bottom line. In other words, you bake in the impacts of the environment, your employees, when developing products and delivering them to your customer. So you're thinking even beyond your doors, what is the environmental impact of getting your product to your customers? And there's some companies that have gone as far as to measure the carbon footprint of how far their customers have to go to get to their product, and look at ways that if there's a way to streamline or lessen the environmental impact of even their customers having to either return things or get certain specific products. So it's going beyond your 4 walls, but looking at all aspects of how your business impacts the environment. The advantages of sustainability. There's so many, but the key 3 I think that stand out is that it's a different differentiator. It certainly makes you stand out. And even though sustainability is growing, it is still, you're still on the cutting edge if you can incorporate these practices now and do them well. The second advantage is that it does create loyal customers. And again, studies have shown this. This isn't just guesswork here. Over 91% of the public said that they wish to see brands that show by example and demonstrate the actions they are taking to support the planet. 91%. That's a big number. So that is a lot of people, a lot of customers who feel that, your work and measuring the impact that it has on our environment is important. No matter what people say, consumers value this. They are loyal to brands that also value this as well. The third advantage is that it helps attract and retain employees. I think almost 50% said they are willing, a lot of employees, potential employees, say they are willing to even take a pay cut to be part of a company that share their values. So we want to really consider the advantages that you have here with attracting and retaining employees by promoting your efforts to sustainability. One other statistic I'll throw out at you is 87% say that climate change is their number one concern. This was a survey that was done during the time of COVID. And that number was slightly ahead of even the concern of COVID, which was 85%. It was even ahead of the cost of living. So climate change for people and consumers is very real. They're experiencing it in their daily lives or in such a way that they have made this a priority and are very concerned. So for businesses that can demonstrate that they share that concern and that their business have adopted practices to help offset any negative effects on the environment, it's very important. It's very important. So we're going to go back to the idea of, sustainable marketing, what it is not. And again, it is not green marketing or what's known as greenwashing. It's when a company, again, suggests that they are more eco-friendly than they actually are. So, again, it's so important that whatever you put out on your marketing or your packaging, make sure you can back it up. Make sure you can demonstrate that and show that to the customers. So you just don't want to say that you care about the environment. You really do have to show it. And here's why it's important, because once you lose that confidence of a customer, they're going to share that with other people and they're not going to come back. It's hard to regain that level of loyalty once you've lost it. So it's better to just wait until you're actually practicing some of these things, if you're not doing so already, before you market yourself as a sustainable business. But hopefully after we get through this, you're going to identify some ways that you are, and you can see some ways that you can authentically market yourself as a sustainable business. And, you want to always, systemically or systematically evaluate your whole operation to make sure that you are following through on your promises. I know with running my own business, sometimes you'll start really well, but you gotta remain consistent. You might start doing a certain practice, but you want to make certain at some point that you go back and evaluate to make sure that you're following through on those things and that you're still maintaining that. And most importantly, that is following through and being recognized and felt by your customers and your stakeholders. And again, consistency is important. Once you start out, my grandmother used to say, start out like you can hold out. So you don't want to start out really big and it's something you can't sustain. You don't want to say, oh, we're going to recycle everything. And, and then you're not able to sustain that promise. So you really want to start out at where you're at. Start where you're at. If you're only able to recycle, 10% of your waste and you haven't got to the, 30 or 50 or 40 or 50%, you can say that's your goal. But you don't want to imply that you're recycling everything and all of your waste is being, reused or refurbished when you're not there. So start where you're at, stay consistent. And as you grow, you can use that as additional marketing to show that you've hit new milestones in your quest to be more eco-friendly. So what are some good examples? I'm going to focus on two in particular, Patagonia. And some of you are familiar with them, I'm assuming, but there's particularly a lot of athletes are. But Patagonia is the founder. He brought his love of outdoors and concern about the planet and his passion for sports together. So it's a great example of how, you as a business, no matter what your business is, even if you're a consultant, if you have a passion for, outdoors or a passion for animals or passion for farming or flowers or gardening, you can find ways to bring those passions together, even as a consultant, a business consultant, and market that together. I mean, Patagonia could have just been an apparel store, another retailer out there. But he found a way to highlight and really pull his passion for the planet and for the ecosystem, and he made that as a prominent as he did the actual product that he was selling. So when you see a Patagonia jacket or Patagonia clothing, you automatically think of that commitment to the planet, that commitment because he's elevated that passion alongside his product. And again, you can do the same thing no matter what your business is. And whatever you're passionate about, even if it's health or running or exercising, you can elevate that and incorporate that in part of your messaging in ways that you support it. The company, this company, Patagonia, they offer supplies to the world's top climbers, fishermen, surfers, outdoor enthusiasts, high quality gear. But to be successful and profitable, the company has built its mission on sustainable sourcing, supply chain, innovation, as well as valuing the relationships with its vendors, customers, stakeholders. All of those triple bottom line elements that I mentioned earlier. So they just didn't stop at how many clothing items are we selling and how much money did we make. That's not triple bottom line. They went well beyond that. They looked at who are we buying from? Are we buying local? Are we buying from vendors who share our values? Are we buying from vendors who build their products with the same value and intensity that we want to build ours? Are they valuing their relationship with their employees? Are we buying from vendors who, are not practicing the things that they're practicing in terms of diversity and equity and inclusion? So they get to look at all those things and measure those things. And again, you as a business can do that as well, even if you're just buying awards for your employees or buying paper. Take a look at the vendors and the companies you're working with. And also let's talk about how they market that, because they do it, but they've been very bold in marketing what they do. So you can't see what I have on my screen here, so I'm going to quickly describe it to you. They took out a huge billboard ad, huge. And in there on the ad, it has a small picture of their jacket, but the bulk of the billboard, it has 3 statements. It says, build the best product, cause no unnecessary harm, and it says use business to inspire and implement solutions to the environmental crisis. And then it has its logo underneath. So it has those 3 steps that it's taking, and then it has a big picture of the environment, water, and the conservation type picture, and then it has a small picture of the jacket. And under the jacket, if I'm not mistaken, I think it says don't buy this jacket, which is really an attention getter, but it brings you in to hear their messaging. So right on their billboard, they're saying it. They're telling you who they are. They're not doing any unnecessary harm to the environment. They're building a business that inspire and implement solutions to help the environment. That's what you need to do. If you're doing these things and you're taking the steps, you've got to boldly state it. Let customers know this is where I stand with sustainability. This is what I'm doing. The next one is a local company here, in North Carolina. It's called Full Steam Brewery. And again, on their ad, and I'm just going to describe it to you. They had from plow to pint. I love it. It's big red letters, from plow to pint. And it says our mission, and this is a business, this is a for-profit business. Our mission is to craft a Southern beer economy supporting local farmers, agricultural entrepreneurs through the act of commerce. It says we buy local to brew local. Southern ingredients give our beer distinct character, and the act of local commerce creates jobs and wealth for North Carolina farmers and food producers. Click here to see our local ingredients. Again, right up front. And in this particular ad I'm looking at, there's no picture of their actual beer. There's no picture of it. This is just simply stating very nice and neatly what they're about. They're stating that, they're producing this locally beer. They're telling you, again, that triple bottom line, what they care about, supporting local farmers, supporting work and creating jobs here in their community. You can do that. If that is what you're about and that is what you're doing, put it out there. Let your customers and stakeholders know this is something you're doing. This is something that's important. This is something you are serious about. And again, go back to that 91% that I mentioned earlier. 91% of customers who are going to see this ad are going to resonate to it. They're going to feel that because that matches their values. So how do you leverage the sustainable practice you've incorporated into your business? And again, I'm a believer that most businesses have some element of sustainability, whether they have put the language around it yet and been able to figure out how to market that particular aspect of their businesses. So, adding sustainability to your mission and core messaging is really important. One example I'll share with you is it's an immigrant food international cuisine business. And so what they do each week is that they send out a newsletter to their customers and stakeholders base, and they feature some of their partners. These are other organizations that may not have anything to do with food, but they are working with immigrants and they do work for immigrants. So these are nonprofit organizations that they support, and they feature their work. They're highlighting their work and they're educating their customers about other organizations that care about immigration. And again, it's not food. It's not food that they're selling. They're selling community involvement and community knowledge. And then they list, 5 ways that you can engage in the immigrant community around you. And, and you can also, help. It tells you how you can help and hear immigrant stories, how you can celebrate contributions of immigrants. Again, nothing to do with actual food, but it's providing that additional service, showing their passion for what they do and sharing that with the community. And this builds up that loyalty that we talked about. It builds up that conversation with your customers. It builds up that relationship with your customers. You're taking what you care about, your passion, and you're connecting it to your customers. Again, you could just sell food. You could just be any other restaurant and just sell, international cuisine, but you can take it a step further and build your community. And so again, we're talking about building sustainability into your marketing. And so you want to sit down just like you would any other planning process. You want to look at, your 5 things. What are your objectives? What is your SWOT? Do your SWOT analysis, your strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, but all through the lens of sustainability. Who's your target market? Do you know who they are? Again, through the lens of sustainability, you might say, oh, I know my customers, but do you know how many of them care about sustainability? And what about sustainability that they care about the most? So again, you want to maybe go back. You might know, yes, they like my product, but how can you make certain that they're loyal? How can you make certain that they're now telling more and more people about you? It might be one thing to say, oh, I love their jacket. Oh, but I really love that they really, put a lot of emphasis on making certain that their product doesn't damage the environment. That may be another reason for them to talk about your business, not just the product, but now your mission. And you can see how the ripple effect starts to go. Your resources to leverage social media, networking, organization partners, email lists, website, all of these resources to leverage again through the sustainability eye, through that lens, going back and looking at them and looking at, is my messaging here, is what I believe in, is my commitment to the community showing through, or am I just only talking about the product? Again, triple bottom line. You want to show profit, product. You want to show your commitment to the planet. You want to show your commitment to your community, to people, to your employees. So whatever that is, you want to make certain that when I go to your website, I'm going to walk away feeling and understanding what you care about, not just what you're selling. And then initiatives. Again, number 5, you want to look at your media, messaging, measurement. We always want to measure what we do. We don't want to just throw it out there and hope for the best. We want to find some way that when we do an ad or we do a particular marketing or send out an email, there's some way that we can get some measurement of is there an increase in website visits, some measure of measuring that impact of whatever you implement. So, your goals and objectives, again, you want to think inwardly a little bit. What do you want for your business? What do you want your marketing initiative to do? So you really want to have an idea of that before you start putting the blast out there. Know what your goals and know what your objectives are. Is it, that you want people talking about your product in the same, voice when they're talking about what they care about in terms of diversity and inclusion? Is that something you want to be known for? Do you want to be known for the company that really buys local and only works with local vendors? Is that something you want to be known for? And then, what do you want that initiative to do? Is it to increase your customers? Is it increase loyalty? Is it to, increase return visit? Is it to sustain? Just kind of know what your goals are and know where you're headed with it. And then you can do your SWOT analysis. You can sit down. Again, what are you good at? And again, I know you're saying, oh, I've done this, but again, it's through the sustainability lens. It's like, what is your organization good at in terms of taking, this triple bottom line under consideration? Are you good at, recycling? Are you good at diversity and inclusion? Are you good at, engaging with the community? If so, write that down. Write that down. What's working now? Okay. What do your customers like about your company now? What can you build on? What are your weaknesses? What does your organization need to fix? Are you doing all this great work and community work, but nobody knows it but you? That's something you want to fix. What can you strengthen? Are you not doing community work, but you've had a desire to do it? And now after seeing this, you realize that help strengthen my bottom line. Now I'm really going to go and engage in the community because that's been my weakness. So find that thing you're passionate about. Sponsor a 5K or a 10K race. Get your name out there as a sponsor if you care about those things. Go to, sponsor a PTA event. There's so many parents who are there. I learned that a long time ago. Businesses you can put ads in their school play booklets. You can put ads in all their different events. You can be a sponsor of some of their sporting events. If you're a local business, PTA is a wonderful way to get your name out there. It's just one of those little nuggets that I've learned along the way. You're getting in front of parents who care. If they're out there with their kids, these are parents who would value sustainability. Again, what are your opportunities? What are the, industry, what does the industry soon want? You want to be ahead of the curve. If you're in your business, you should know what's coming. So you want to, think about that. Think about that again in terms of sustainability. What new products and services, can your organization serve your customers better, in ways to build make yourself stand out, to be different, constantly thinking ahead of how you can do that. And right now, again, sustainability is a wonderful way to do that. There's so many ways that you can stand out. And then again, what are the threats? What could hinder your growth? Who and what do we think, could take our customers? And again, companies that are really doing this well, companies that are demonstrating their commitment to community, their commitment to offering a flexible work environment. They're looking at treating their employees not just as somebody to just come in and just do the work and go home, but looking at them and looking at ways that they can create an environment that helps them create that work-life balance, where they feel valued, they feel heard. All of those things are under the umbrella of sustainability. Treating your employees well, knowing what their needs are, and addressing those needs, and then making that policy. Those are ways that you can stand out from your competitors. If you're not doing those things, then the companies that's a threat to your business. And so you want to make certain those are the ones who are going to come and take your employees away or take your customers away. And we don't want that. So you want to write those things down, write what you're good at. You want to also know your target market. Know them, research, find out what they value, what they buy, what they would improve, the demographics, the values, the cultural nuances, media they consume. I always like to tell businesses another really, really good resource that they overlook is that the Census Bureau has a separate census data and research that they do just for businesses. And you can certainly, I believe it's on our website. You can, email me at BL Parker at ncbusinesscouncil.org, and I'll send you the link so that you can learn more and see the analysis that they've done just for business. So you can look at the demographics of a certain area. You can kind of learn more about the consumers in a certain area, but they have kind of broke down their data so that it helps businesses draw up their marketing plan. So there are some wonderful resources out there to help you conduct some of these marketing analysis and get some of the cultural nuances that you need when you are trying to expand and grow your business into a new market. And the big thing, and I always say this to myself as I say it to you, is don't rely on assumptions. Don't assume that we know what our customer wants because we like it, we think they like it, or we want it, we think. We really have to ask. We have to ask. And I know sometimes that can take time and can be awkward, but we have to know what they want. But one of the best ways to do it is that you can observe. You can observe people through social media and listening. There is a lot of research if you're like me and you don't want to always just go out and do surveys. There's plenty of surveys that have been done. There's plenty of information. So you can go out and look and get a feel. But still, the best thing to do is to really go to people who have bought from you, who have engaged with you, and just ask them, what do you like and what don't you like and what can I do better? It's just that simple. Do those interviews. Then if you're trying to offer something new, do the focus groups. And there are different ways you can do that. It doesn't have to cost a fortune. Do surveys. They're very helpful. Even if you only get a handful back, it still is telling. It's still information that you can use. So even if you say, I sent out 100, I only got 5 people. Well, that's five things that you can look at and see what you got that maybe could have make an adjustment. And it could be representative of what the other 95 was thinking, just didn't take the time to tell you. So do customer appreciation events. There was one company, I kept doing work with them because every year they had this big, huge barbecue that they would do for all their customers. And it was so much fun. And I look forward to it every year. So even if I got mad at something and sometimes our service, we would have issues, but I always work them out because of that relationship. And I just think about that all the time. I would have probably looked around had it not been for them reaching out. And every year I would go there to that barbecue and meet the staff and interact with the staff, and we would have a great time. That made a big difference, and it kept me loyal to that company the whole time I was working with that other firm. So customer appreciation events are golden. Customer advisory groups. You can have some of your key customers be part of a meeting, be part of your personal advisory chamber, and who you meet with on a regular basis to get feedback from. So there are different ways to engage with your customers to help you with your innovative thought. And in the last few minutes, I want to just go over and then once you start developing your messaging, you want to make sure you want to use very clear examples in your messaging. How does your brand cut waste? How that waste affects the wildlife or community. Be specific. Don't just say we cut waste. Be specific. Again, you want to be able to back it up, and you've got to back it up in your messaging. You just can't say, "Oh, we care about the environment." You really have to demonstrate it. One good example is one company where they says we put hurt on the dirt without doing harm to people, creatures, or planet. That tells them exactly what they're doing. They're putting in ingredients that don't hurt them. So think about ways that you can do that with what you're doing. Even if you're recycling paper, think about ways you can market that and say it in a succinct way. There are plenty of marketing folks out here who can help you with the work. And then, resources that you can leverage, budget for ads, social media, website, visitors, email lists, organizations, teams, and talents. You want to use all of that. And then you want to look at, use a specific line, test out the initiative, and then measure it. Measure the impact. If you're going to start doing ads on Facebook or whatever with your new messaging, measure it. Again, what are your objectives? You want to grow awareness about your business, and create more, lists. So all these things you want to take into account. All right, and I think I'm about 30 seconds left. So again, ask customers to post reviews. Include, your user reviews. Share your content with users and everything. So you want to do all the things you're probably doing now, but again, with your new messaging, with your new wording. And then make certain that you continue to build your list and personalize your campaign messaging and segment it too. Don't forget to segment it to, if you want to get a sense, if you're doing email lists, you might want to segment it to just, a certain demographic, or to women or to young people. All those things. So you want to make certain that that way you can target and see who's responding to.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parker Hyde, for your wonderful discussion and coming to be with us today during our show. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It was perfect timing. My alarm just dinged on me, so perfect timing.
Awesome. So genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the Brand and Beauty Ambassador for the Genius Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
Hi, my name is Annette Bentley Smith, and my geniuses are writing, becoming an inventor, and solopreneur. I self-published 14 children's books, as well as invented a plush toy and bed sheets that centers around reading and being read to. The trademarked and patent-pending plush toy will play 5 of my stories, soothing music, and you can record your own stories, songs, and messages using your own voice via the USB port. Kobe the Storytime plush tail koala bear also holds a book to put a picture of a child's loved one in it. The bed sheets have an entire bullying book printed on it. It has positive quotes, a word search game, a typing keyboard, and an open book with general questions. It has 2 pillowcases, a top sheet, and a fitted sheet, and it comes in a twin size. Becoming an author and inventing my products is an opportunity for me to give parents everywhere an interactive reading experience that's fun and unique. I believe reading together is important. My company, Incorp Literary Works, is taking storytime and bedtime reading to a whole new level for our new generation of children. Genius is common.
See, being in business, regardless if you're a non-business or any type of business, is about connecting. It's about hearing new information that can drive you forth. It's more about coming together with people with like minds in order to make your business grow.
You don't wake up wanting to be mediocre and just do just enough. You want to excel. You want to be a master in your craft. You want to take it to the next level. So it's not going to happen by accident. So you have to be mindful and think of what can I do today to help take me to the next level.
The truth is, your life will only change when you get new information. Your life will only change when you move forward with another level of thinking. This expo is about new information and moving your life to another level.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Kimberly Williams, and I am the founder of the Perspective 360. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm so excited today because I have the opportunity to talk with one of my special friends, Mr. Jamal Boyd, about navigating to become a CEO. Jamal Boyd is a highly accomplished C-suite healthcare executive with a wealth of experience and expertise. He is a visionary and accomplished healthcare executive equipped with a comprehensive skill set and a proven track record of success. His exceptional leadership, strategic planning, physician relations, healthcare management, and IT expertise has positioned him as a valuable asset in the industry. With his passion for diversity, inclusion, and equity, he continues to make a lasting impact on the healthcare landscape, driving positive change and transforming organizations. I present to you Jamal Boyd.
Good morning. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So thank you so much. I want to first welcome you to this conversation. I'm very excited to have this conversation with you. So I want to just go ahead and jump right in.
Sure.
Awesome. So what was the path that led you to your role as CEO?
Well, again, let me first say thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm honored and humbled, and I thank God for any opportunity to share the testimony, which it is, that he's given me throughout my life and career. And in what got me to where I am today is really God's plan. I had gone to college for business administration and had a desire to get into hotel restaurant management, but had taken a summer job working in a medical practice, family medicine medical practice, and was exposed to healthcare, had no desire to be in healthcare. But God, through that job, exposed me to preparing charts and doing billing for patients that were infected with HIV. And those individuals looked like me, looked like you, didn't look like me, didn't look like you. But it was at that time in our community a death sentence when you were infected with HIV because the medicine was not there, the technology wasn't there. So I developed a passion to get into the healthcare industry, and through a number of career paths that God opened the door for me for, it eventually led me to a C-suite role. And again, just amazed at, as I look back at that path, how I got there. And I can go into more detail if you like and be more specific. But again, it was just truly a path that each job led me to what I do right now. And it was a culmination, which I'll, talk to, of those experiences that gave me the credibility and the experience to do what I'm doing in the C-suite arena.
Wow. I'm certain seeing people in that specific position, especially with the HIV, had an impact and really shifted your direction. So I'm very, very proud to hear you found purpose. Is there one specific route to the C-suite?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I think, one of the myths that we want to kind of uncover or, kind of re-educate people around is that there's no one path to getting into the C-suite. I did not go the traditional route as many of my peers and colleagues had, going to undergrad, getting your undergrad degree, then getting a master's degree in a specific interest field that is in, your concentration that validates that you are competent to do what you do with a piece of paper. And then, maybe even a more advanced degree. But my path was, I went to undergrad for 4 years. Life happened where I had to become an adult at 17 years old because my mother had gone away to prison and I was on my own, and I had to go to college, and I had to get out of college and start a career. And when I got out of college, master's degree was something that I desired, but it just wasn't in the plan. But God used those years of experience that I had gained through a number of roles to give me the credibility to hold a not just leadership role, then senior leadership roles, but then a C-suite role. Because, you know, the non-traditional track also gives you the credibility to stand as a candidate and say, do you want somebody with a piece of paper, or do you want somebody that can get the job done? So, you know, that myth that you have to go one route to become a CEO is not true. And I want to be an example of that. I'm not discouraging higher education. I'm not discouraging advanced degrees. It helps because it takes that piece of discussion off the table, but it doesn't stop you from achieving that goal of becoming a C-suite leader as you go through life. Because again, life happens. But as life happens, what experiences are you gaining that will give you the credibility to hold your ground up against other candidates that may have the degree, but not the experience?
Yeah. Yeah. It's really interesting because what I hear you talking about is leveraging adversity and the circumstances that were built in adversity. Right?
Oh, absolutely. You know, and those adverse challenges will sometimes they'll come against you all the time. That's one. But when they come, how are you not so much as defending, but just being confident in your competencies around making the case for you to be the one versus someone else. And again, it's a very competitive space as you climb the ladder towards C-suite success. But at the same time, you know, most organizations want someone that can come in, lead, get the job done, and do that. You know, and one of the other things I'll say to that in terms of traditional and non-traditional paths to become a leader, look at your life experiences. Because one of the things that I did share as I was being interviewed for my first C-suite role, it was that I had been the CEO of my home for over, 20 years, and as the CEO of my home, these are the things in terms of leadership and all of these other transferable skills that apply to the job that I would be doing. And again, the credibility is there. You have the experience, but you may not have never held the role. As you prepare for those opportunities, I would encourage people to think about those things so that you can articulate that. And again, it's not defending anything, but it's more or less being able to articulate and demonstrate with examples and data that have shown your proven success and track record in the area that you can now lead another organization in.
I love that. That sounds to me like not a lack mentality, but a mentality of that you belong there, that you're in the right space, right? Despite anything else. So that's exciting. I'm very excited about this. So can you tell me, what are the downsides to being in the C-suite?
Well, there are many downsides to being in the C-suite. As one, we live in a country where culturally there is the reality, and maybe it's an unspoken reality or not, of the fact that Black leaders have to demonstrate a different level of leadership than our counterparts who are not Black. And in doing that, that becomes a downside because oftentimes we are alone in leadership, or we might think that we're alone in leadership, but in that, you don't have as supportive of a network to support your leadership that you can call on, go to, or be vulnerable with. So a lot of times you have to fight the fight by yourself. And there are many challenges that come along with being a leader, Black, male, female, Black, female, etc., that we have to wear multiple hats. So in terms of, again, when I walk out my door, I'm not just Jamal, the CEO. I'm Jamal, the father, the husband, the son, the brother. So I have to have a level of spiritual grounding that I need to carry as an individual before I start putting on all of these hats that come with titles. So it is a challenge to have to do that because then you walk into corporate America and have to face the challenges of corporate America. Your work will be challenged, because you can fill out a 990 and have excellent numbers, but somebody may come back to you and say, well, are you cooking the books because you've done so well? So the other challenge of being a Black leader or a CEO could come along with being a successful CEO. Right. Or leader, because everybody doesn't view success the same way. Although you may, win awards and be acknowledged and things like that, but organizations or individuals or board members or others in your community may look at your success as a problem. And it shouldn't be that way, because most leaders, I can only speak for myself, just want to get up, do a good job, have an impact, change lives, and, move communities forward. But when you have to deal with the nonsensical things that come along with people just not understanding or may not like you because you are the one in the seat and they don't want to see you be successful, you shouldn't have to deal with all of that. But those are some of the downsides that come along with that, but yet be encouraged, because, Jay-Z said it best: men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And at the end of the day, no matter whether they like you, whatever they conspire against you, whatever you have in terms of being lonely in that network or in that space, God's got you, number one. But number two, they can't refute success. Success is what it is, whether somebody doesn't believe it or support it or try to poke holes in it. And again, a lot of times when you're dealing with life and that, for a leader, it could be a detriment to your leadership. But you have to be strong, because that's why you're in the seat, and you have to be ready for, the many things that might be downsides to the role. Because if your upsides are greater than your downsides, then those little things that come along the way that try to chink at your armor is not really as much of a problem as you might make it out to be.
Nice. I love that. I love it so much because I think we as a culture have all been taught that, we have to show up differently, right? We have to show up prepared. And what you just said about the negatives or the downsides not chipping away reminds me of a quote from Dr. Miles Monroe. And he said that consequences are more important than decisions. And so you study your consequences.
Yes.
And so that's what it sounds like I hear you saying, right?
Yes. And, again, that's the reality of the role. And that's the other part that, I would say many people aspire to be in a role but can't handle the consequences of sitting in a seat, right? And when that occurs, if you're not ready for the downside, you'll deteriorate really quickly in that role and be defeated. But if you study, like Dr. Monroe said, the consequences and our vision around the things that not necessarily could go wrong, but that you're up against,
right?
You're better equipped to deal with them when you see them. It's just similar to, the Bible teaching us to put on the full armor of God, so that we are prepared for those fiery darts, not if they come, but when they come. And if you are tooled and equipped, studied, doing your research, knowing your craft, being confident in your numbers and your success, it's not cocky or arrogant. It's confidence, because you can stand firm when somebody says, or, is that real, or try to challenge you, or try to make, false claims against you. That kind of stuff is bound to happen. Right. But the test of a true leader is, how do you handle it? Not if it happens, but when it happens. I was in my probably first 6 months as a new CEO, and COVID hit. And no other, or nobody was prepared for that. And to have to lead in a space of a pandemic that nobody ever experienced, you can't pick up the phone and say, hey, Coach Kimberly, how did you handle this the last time that happened? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, so all of that kind of crashing in on leadership didn't destroy me. I think it developed me, and it helped me to become a stronger leader, because I took all of those experiences from life and growing up in the projects and, working at the state and being laid off by in a role that was a senior leader state role for 2.5 years, and
Wow.
doing all of these things that kind of led me to where I was. Those experiences helped us to navigate throughout COVID and be successful as an organization, and other leadership, being able to mentor, even in my young tenure, other CEOs on how are you doing what you're doing. And, nothing but by the grace of God, being able to share and being a national best practice for a number of individuals and state best practice, was very, very helpful and critical during a very critical time. And I think that, again, those things that we don't plan for help to shape us in a good way as well. But you got to be strong and ready for those downsides.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing it in that way. One of the things that I think shape us truly, and I hear you talking, what I'm hearing a lot of is about your spirituality, right? And knowing and being grounded and rooted, right? And whose you are, right? And so you can stay flat-footed on that word and those promises. But what I really like about what I really am liking about what you're saying is that being tested in the fire, right? You're already equipped, right, for that fire. So, we don't have to go into the Bible, but we know a story about some people who were in that fire and they were already ready for that fire, right? And they even welcomed it because of a promise that they would be kept even in that fire. So I believe that your past adversities and just the strive to develop and become had this armor on you that said, pandemic, we don't have time to panic. This is not what we're here for. So you were the right man for the job.
Yeah, so you are spot on. And so that encompasses some of what I embody, but as well as encourage people around as you're looking at, growing and moving to this, ambitious seat that everybody thinks is so cute. And, I want to do it and it's a sexy title and all of those things. And I don't want people to do it for the wrong reasons, right? Because that's one of the things that I live by and I share with people. I say it's a message. Let your passion drive your purpose, and let your purpose drive your profession. By doing so, you'll never work 2 days in your life. So the passion is that thing that God has given you that you feel fulfilled in when you do it. Your purpose is the thing he called you to do. And if you can find a profession that allows you to do that, then again, you're not working, you're serving. And with that, God will equip you for everything that you need if you're fulfilling, again, your passion, your purpose, and doing that in your profession, because it's bigger than you. And in these C-suite seats, God places us there to, one, be a representation of him, but then two, to be able to serve and make decisions that impact communities and change the lives of others. So as God equips you throughout your career, you have to understand that where you will land will be a culmination of all of those things, because God does not waste anything. So every job that I've had, from sweeping the streets in Center City in a summer job to doing billing and training, and then running a medical department for a major health system, and then leading diversity for a number of health systems, and then eventually becoming a C-suite leader. God used every experience to equip me for the now. And then the now, I've gone through a bunch of hell, but also that's God's testimony, right? For how he used me in those roles in the hell that I went through to get to where I am. It still ain't over, but it's that God used those things that, when I look back at it, it may not have felt good at that particular time, but I had everything that I needed to go through and then eventually advance out of that role into other roles that led me to this role, right? So again, the spirituality piece is key and essential. It's about faith, family, and future. And when we are centered and focused on not our purpose and not our wants, but God's purpose, whatever you might go through to get there is okay, because he's promised you that you're
Mhm.
going to have or do or be these things that you might be wondering, like, why am I going through this right now? Why is this happening to me? But God, again, if you focus on the promise and not the pain, you'll be all right.
Yes. Okay. Awesome. So in the C-suite space, I'm curious to
Mhm.
know, how important is emotional intelligence?
It's very important, because one of the critical things as a leader, particularly, the chief leader, is that, every decision, right, wrong, good or bad, that's made by other people impacts you, and you have to be responsible and accountable for that. But in doing so, one of the leadership principles that I live by is that you have to take care of the people who take care of the people. So having that emotional intelligence to be able to understand that if I'm dealing with some mental, behavioral health or other type of issue, then how can I then go out and serve and be accountable to, or competent with customer service to others, if my needs aren't being met? But at the same time, being able to lead in such a way where you have the emotional intelligence but also the professional balance to hold people accountable to doing what they need to do to maintain their work and work requirements. And that comes with, again, I believe, a certain type of leadership, because certain leaders don't see it that way. And the emotional intelligence is not as important to the bottom line for them, which explains turnover, burnout, and all of these other things that go along with, again, if you don't have that balance, the imbalance is shown in performance. It's shown in, the customer satisfaction, is shown in other areas. So being able to link the two, and then make sure that you have some professional structure around, hey, we have an employee assistance program. Hey, we have these external resources. Hey, we have financial counseling. And hey, we have promotability opportunities for not just recruitment and retention, but succession planning. These types of things that go around with being emotionally intelligent, or looking at emotional intelligence as a way to ensure that, again, it's not about winning awards, but when you can be acknowledged as one of the, employers of choice and a good place to work. These are the factors that go into that. And then I would also say, not just doing it tongue in cheek or plaque, putting it on a plaque, but taking it from plaque to practice and making sure that it's practical, and also that you are genuine as a leader about it, because you can't please all your employees and everybody not going to like you, and you're not there for a love fest. But at the same time, you want to be respected, and you want to have some consistency around people thinking and feeling that you genuinely care for them as an individual, and they will demonstrate that by how they perform and work for the organization.
Yes, I love it. Thank you. Thank you for responding to that question. I have another question for you.
Sure.
Just out of curiosity, how does the 17-year-old version of you see you?
Well, the 17-year-old version of me sees me as, wow, I did it. Because I've always aspired to, I grew up, and I'll share a little funny story with you, Dr. Williams. When I grew up in the projects, because my grandfather was a pastor, and, he was always dressed up. I had just taken that bug from him, and always, wore button down shirts, or, shirt and tie and that kind of thing, being a young man. Because your brand was everything, so the older gentlemen in the projects gave me a nickname. They called me Mr. President and the Executive. And I still carry that name to this day. But I was 14, 15 years old, and they were not even realizing how they were sewing into me the leadership that I exemplify today by encouraging me with these nicknames. Now, the nicknames at the time I didn't process, because kids take that and turn that into a negative. Oh, you always dressed up. Oh, you a nerd. Those things that society tries to do to do that. So my 17-year-old me, as I said, when I was on my way to college, my mother was incarcerated and I had to grow up very quickly. So I knew that I had to do things different. I knew that I had to do things better if I wanted to change, if I wanted to get out of the projects, if I wanted to not have to come home after graduation to a lifestyle that was either going to lead me to selling drugs, shooting somebody, being killed by somebody, not making it out of the neighborhood. So I had to have that goal in mind at 17. So I think my 17-year-old self would say to my 30-year later self, hey man, wow, you actually stayed with it, you did it. And, again, to God be the glory, because you could have easily lost focus and, got some girl pregnant, or, this life could have been totally different, but you stayed on that path. And I think that is a greater example to those who may have been watching, those who are looking in now. And, a lot of people see the end result, but don't know the work that went into what you see. That might be an Instagram post and those types of things. And, I'm grateful for this opportunity, like I said, to be able to share that story, because when you're trying to get to that C-suite seat, all of these things matter. And every decision could impact the outcome. And I didn't realize that back then, but now that I'm able to share with young men or women and others, not even young, but, some others that might be seasoned and looking to do this. If I'm able to share with you about being intentional about every decision you make, if you want this, you have to think strategically and be intentional about how you think, because one decision could veer the direction and outcome in any way that might not, that may take you off of the path. But God will bring you back if it's intended.
Yes, I love it, because you're going to live with your consequences. Those are the things you live with. And consequences
are good or bad.
I was going to say, yes, that's what I was going to say. Yes, the consequences of your decisions are the reward.
Yes.
And that is what it is.
Yeah.
And and you get to have that for yourself. So I love the fact that you've journeyed to the president's seat, right? Or to the chief executive space as you were not necessarily nurtured to be, in that specific space. Can you, there may be a young person who has an idea, they have a business, and they are looking to create themselves as the CEO of their business, right? And they want to go forward. Can you give me maybe 5-10 minutes or so? I'm just throwing the time frame out there. Just use you building them so that they understand what it takes to sit in this seat.
Sure. So, definitely I can share, and I can even share more personally and intimately, because I just had this conversation with my 19-year-old son on my deck last night. Part of my background and upbringing is, being able to do consulting for businesses. And I've had a number of entrepreneurial things that I've done successfully, and use that as, again, opportunity to consult with and help other people shape this. So when my son had come to me with an idea that he had last night, I said, this is what dad does, but a lot of times kids don't want to listen to their father because it's their father. But you'll go pay $1,000 or so to get the same stuff from somebody else. So I was excited that he came to me. But many of the things that I share with him is, one, make sure that it's something that you're doing because you want to be successful at it, not just to do it, and I would always encourage people to do that, because if you're passionate about it, whether it's 90 degrees outside or 2 feet of snow or pouring down raining, you'll get up out of your bed and you'll do it because you're passionate about it. And then who are you doing it for? Are you just doing it for yourself? or are you doing it to benefit and be a blessing to others? Because intent will also cause you to drive towards the right direction or fail because you're doing it selfishly and you just want to make money. Which again, wanting to make money is nothing wrong with that. You want your business to be financially successful, but when you do it with the right intent, it will be successful without a doubt. And having God as your focus, your kind of your circumference and the centering point around that will shape the intent, and God will open up the doors for you to be a blessing to other people through the services and the businesses that you provide. Thirdly, I would say that do your homework, do your research, because again, you might see that, somebody has a clothing line. You might see that somebody opened a gym. You might see that someone is doing training and education, and you might think that you're great at that, which might be true, but you need to know what it took for them to get started, set up, secured, and successful in what they do. And if you're not equipped to do that, then what are the pros and cons? What are the gaps in resources, and who can help you get there? Because there might be grant opportunities that might be able to get you past that financial burden or barrier that might be built in by Satan to tell you don't do it. If you do your research, then we defeat Satan by, again, the Bible says people perish for the lack of knowledge. So if we go after what we want, kind of talking to what we said earlier, Coach, if you look at what the consequences are, look at what the challenges are, then when you do your research, you say, okay, check, we've overcome that, and we can talk to this person or network with this person, or let me be mentored or shadowed by somebody who's in what I'm trying to do. So that I don't have to make the same mistakes that they made, but they may also be able to bring me in as an intern, or somebody that, again, maybe I grow under their leadership instead of being my own CEO, and fashion myself as an assistant CEO for right now until I'm able to be established as a CEO with the credibility. But don't let that dim your ambition either, because again, parallel to that is knowing and having all of the data for how you get going could be what it is that allows you to start, get going, be positioned well, location wise, but also, in terms of social media outlets and other platforms where you may not have to have a brick and mortar to do what it is that you do, but you can do it in other ways. But you have to be agile, you have to be mobile, and you have to be ready to do what you need to do. The other thing I would suggest or recommend is that after doing all of that, being able to have no ego.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes people think that the title of CEO comes along with some type of, bully pulpit seat and or some type of egotistical frame that will allow you to have some type of higher level or higher degree of positioning over people. Lose it. Because if you carry that, then you will not get the support. One of the things I think is extremely important about being a CEO or a business owner is humility and service. And if you have those two things in mind, again, remembering who you are and whose you are and who gave you everything that you have to do what you do, including the talent, the vision, and you're not self-made. I don't care what Rick Ross says. You are God made. And if you understand that, then you don't have ego. You're always willing to serve. And when you position yourself as a leader for your business, you are positioning yourself as a ministry to help people with what it is that you bring to the table. There's just so much that goes along with that. And then partnering with others who are doing what you're doing, even if it's competitive. One of the greatest successes I think that I achieved in my leadership, as a CEO, was during the pandemic and having to partner with my competitors. And we had a group of CEOs that came together within our local region, and I was actually the chairperson of that group for us working together to be able to move, competitive matters forward, but collectively. And, again, being able to, if I'm in clothing, work with other retailers, because again, I'm not concerned about my capabilities, what I can do, but if I can learn from and or share with best practices that help us from a retail industry all rise together, then so be it. But, again, it's so, I think, societally trained for us to not be willing to do that because we're so, we got to move in silence and all of those things that you hear people say. But if God gave you something, can't nobody steal it. And that's the confidence that I would encourage, new leaders and entrepreneurs to walk with, because again, my path is my path. Jeremiah 29:11 tells me that God has a plan for my future, and I shouldn't be worried about what anybody else's future is, or how, somebody may try to steal, something that God gave me. Okay, if that's their plan, God will deal with that too. But I'm not going to let that stifle me from being the light that God is using me to be with my business or my role, or the things that God has placed on me to do. I hope that answered your question.
No, you did a great job. And I know of the young people who are looking to obtain a scholarship, they're watching this, and other business owners or who are trying to pivot, or employees who are trying to pivot into the C-suite space, right? They can see this, they can understand, and they can look at somebody in a position like you who is very articulate, who is speaking from a space of intellect as well as passion. And you can see that the C-suite is comfortable for you.
Amen. No, I thank God for that. That's nothing but by the grace of God. I'll continue to say that, because again, I think the expectation is different, and that may be one of the downsides too. Being a Black leader, we are looked at differently. That's just the reality, and you call it what it is. And again, I'm not saying that, white people are bad. None of that. I'm not being disparaging in any way, but the reality that I deal with as a Black male, moderately young C-suite leader in comparison to what the norm is or what the room looks like when I walk into the room, it's a different expectation. There's an awe, right, that could be encouraging, Kimberly, or discouraging, because the awe could be, oh my God, you spoke so well, as if, again, did you say that to my counterpart that just spoke before me that don't look like me, or what were you expecting me to come in there and be like, hey, I could do that, but is that what you expected me, because I look like how I look, to show up, right? So we have to be conscious about those things and be able to trust the Spirit of God to keep us humble, not let us get frustrated over other people's ignorance, but use that ignorance as an opportunity to educate and empower, because what they may think about you when you walk in the room should be changed because of how you showed up when you walk out the room. And people who would have normally had their hands up against you, are now embracing you, and they want you to come to their country club, or let's go play around the golf, or let's go out for cocktails and cigars and those types of things, because now you've shown yourself to be not equal or not better, but they view you as someone, different than how they viewed you, and not take that as a negative. I always look to educate people, on the Black culture or who I am in the Lord, but also how I may be able to change a bias, change a perception, change how you view not just me, but a group of people that you've never been exposed to on this level.
Yeah. Yes. No, that is phenomenal. And that's a really great position. And that's a position we have to grow into or grow past, right? We have to creating us, ask the Lord to create in us that clean heart, so we are not tampered and damaged by the discouraging comments, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just wanted to say, one, I wanted to say thank you so much for coming and speaking with us today. And I would love to know if there is a way for you, us to contact you after today.
Sure. You can reach me on my LinkedIn profile or any social media outlet. I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, I'm on TikTok, I'm on Twitter. And I use those platforms to connect with people, to try to be a positive influence, to try to show people that, I'm not a bot or, some AI generated experience. I'm a real person. So you'll see, a variety of experiences with myself, my family, or me just chilling outside, having a glass of wine and enjoying life and being blessed. And I do that with a spiritual or some type of encouraging message to, again, show people that social media is not dark. In all spaces, and try to shine the light that God has placed in me on those outlets. So Jamal C. Boyd Sr. On many of those outlets, as I said, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok. Feel free to look me up. If you don't find me there, just type in the space executive, the space exec. And I'll probably pop up under one of those handles, but please feel free to reach out, connect. And I love trying to help people. So if somebody has a specific question or would like to set up another fireside chat or virtual coffee and all of those types of things, I am always here to serve. And again, Coach Kimberly, thank you so much for affording me the opportunity to share what God has done in, with, and through me with the platform. And I pray that it reaches and blesses somebody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jamal C. Boyd Sr. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
All right.
So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds. And we are raising funds for high school seniors and other students going into college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. And it is $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2023. And they are North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Woman's Success.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
you guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio. Man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. And my name is Coach Kimberly Williams. I am your business moderator this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm very excited today to have a keynote from none other than Miss Chris Marie Wright. Chris is on a mission to spread intellectual capital to those who weren't meant to have it. As a digital nomad, she's dropping into communities to run business programs and speak to the communities. Chris earned a Bachelor's of Arts from the Howard University in 2009, and having also spent a semester in Guantanamo, Mexico, and oh my gosh, focused on language and culture. So, Miss Chris Wright, can you please, first of all, thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely.
I'm happy to have you here. I would love to ask you, can you tell us just a little bit about your business?
Sure. So I actually own a few businesses, as most of us do, right? You open one, it's like Pringles. You pop the top, and you just can't stop, right? I don't know. Do they still have that commercial?
I don't think so.
Do the kids know that? Y'all got to go look that up. So my first business comes from my 14-year career as a journalist. I covered local government from the age of 14 through 29. And so when I jumped out into business, I naturally started a communications business where I help nonprofits to define their lines of communication so you can reach your audiences without breaking the bank or breaking your backs. I like to give the elevator pitches so like folks can see them in work. And then I also accidentally started a tech company. That's the one that I'm raising capital for. So my sister and I started a virtual country club for entrepreneurs who work remotely. And this year, as you mentioned, I am pushing out my thought leadership brand, which is called Catch Chris. And I'm traveling around spreading intellectual capital because at the end of the day, that's the capital.
Hold on. Go ahead. Hold on. I want to stop you right there because I want them to hear this specifically from you because I know you are about to give us a keynote that we're not even ready for. So I'm excited because capital is important. But I wanted to say again, thank you so much for joining. Genius is coming. And I look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Thank you for having me. All right, y'all. So we're going to jump into it. So as I was mentioning to Kimberly, we have lots of different types of capital, right? The type of capital that we have been talking about as of late for the last few years, it's all about financial capital. How can you raise funding? And like I mentioned, I'm raising funding. I'm one of those people who is raising funding for one of my businesses. But to be honest with you, the type of capital that's going to get us absolutely everywhere we want to be is intellectual capital. How do I know that? Because there is no reason besides intellectual capital that I have figured out the things that I have. I have not come from a background with a silver spoon in my mouth. My parents do not know how to run a business. My dad has a sort of business that's not so businessy because it doesn't turn big revenues in any way. It's enough for him to somewhat live on. And so for me, all the way through college, I would tell folks, I'm not going to be an entrepreneur. That's how you go broke, because that was my reference point, right? I come from the neighborhood where George Floyd grew up in Houston, Texas, Third Ward, Houston, Texas. If any of y'all are on, hey, Trey. So if from that neighborhood, I'm not statistically supposed to get very far, right? Coming from a so-called broken household, I'm not supposed to know the things that I now know about family offices. We'll get to that later. That is not information that was in my backyard. And so what has gotten me to the point where I went from Houston, Texas, clear across the country to go to Howard University, where I knew absolutely no one. Every summer I had an internship. That internship was on Capitol Hill. It was covering state government. I have been interviewing politicians since I was 14 years old, right? How do you do this? How does it happen? Did somebody give me a leg up? No, no one gave me a leg up. And I kid you not, I wish that my God had given me somebody that would just give me a leg up. But that has not been my journey for a reason. I have gotten everything that I have off of intellectual capital. And so that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about chasing it. Where do you find it? How do you find it? What exactly is it? Right? So some of us piece this together in context clues. And so intellectual knowledge, clearly, right? Part of your intellectual capital also includes your social capital. There's a really good program out of Atlanta, Georgia, in the States. I heard we have a global community here. So Atlanta, Georgia in the States. There's a program called Goody Nation, a really good organization run by Joey Womack. And what he preaches is social capital. He absolutely talks about the disparities that we have because, like I said before, I don't know anyone who owns $1 million company. Well, now I do, but I didn't grow up with people who own $1 million companies. I had no idea what a family office was. For me, family office sounded like an office in the room, an office in the house that the family uses, right? So I'll drop this one real quick since I've mentioned it a couple times. What's a family office? A family office is essentially a private investment arm of a rich person. That's like the basic way. And that's what I like to do with the intellectual capital that I give out. I try to make it as accessible and relatable as possible. We can always go Google for the definitions, but my job is to let you know why it matters to you. So for me, family offices matter to me because I'm raising capital. It is a little bit of a lower barrier to entry for someone who is very personable for me to look at an investment from a family office, from a private investor, than it is for me to look at venture firms. Excuse me. Those venture firms, I have tried them. That's a whole different capital. That's a different speech. So intellectual capital based off of who you know, right? That social capital is going to, we've heard the term, oh, your network is your net worth is in your network. I sort of agree with this. I have my own little qualms about it, but yes, it is very true. Who you know, but it's not about who you know and what positions they have, because positions change, okay? Relationships take years. Where I am now is not where I would have even been able to tell you I was going to be in 10 years in order for you to access me in that way based off of my title. But the relationship with me has always been important. That's what you're driving after. But those are relationships that we don't know as people of color. Most people of color don't know a whole lot of people growing up who have financial capital, who have financial wealth. And so what we lean on is talking to them and accessing what they know, getting into programs like this, getting onto virtuals and hearing terms that you've never heard before, learning on the business side that MVP is not most valuable player, it's minimal viable product. Write it down, Google it. Minimal viable product is going to be you stripping down your entire business to the bare minimum so that you can get market validation, product testing done without you expending so much of your energy and your resources. So your minimal viable product is important, right? So this is you accessing intellectual capital. If you didn't know that before you came on this call, you now know something that you can Google actively, that you can strategize behind. So people that we know, that's where I was. So the people that you know, those are relationships that you lean into. I know people from when I was 11 years old. I'm now 37. For anyone who's wondering, wait, am I 37? I just had a birthday. I believe I'm 37. 86. I'm 37. I am definitely 37 years old. So I have a network that goes back 26 years that I activate. I'm currently on the Georgia East Side Chamber of Commerce. It is right outside of Atlanta. That's how I know about Goody Nation. How did I get this board position? And I really, honestly, I have no home. I started out homeless a couple years ago. Sort of didn't learn what I needed to in entrepreneurship before some very serious things happened. And so I ended up for a little bit homeless for just a little bit. But how did I go from that 2 years ago to where I am now, holding a board position where I'm VP of Training and Development for a chamber in a state that I don't live in? I also have a contract with Texas Women's University where I can do business advising for any woman in the entire state of Texas. Remember, I'm spreading intellectual capital one way or another. I don't care if they didn't intend for us to have that information. I'm giving what I got. But how did I go from there to where I am now? Relationships, the social capital that I've built in these last 7 years since I've been in business. One of them, the chamber, actually goes back to when I was 11 years old. At 11 years old, I went to Fondren Middle School in Houston, Texas, and I was the girl who went to 8 different elementary schools. 8, y'all. How I know? I tell people all the time, I don't know how I know how to read, because those are the years you learn how to read. But I've loved to learn since I was a kid. And so 8 different elementary schools or not, I was going to figure it out. And then in middle school, I had the opportunity to spend 2 years at the same school, and that was exciting. And there was a friend that I had there, Derek Wilson. Derek Wilson has gone on to graduate from or to attend Abilene Christian University. He has gone on to have a wife. He's got kids. I remember I've been off at Howard. I've been running my own life. I have lived in 12 different cities around the United States and the world. And lived, right? So I actually spent time there on a continual basis. So we have gone in a lot of different paths. A year ago, Derek calls me up and lets me know that he has a need on his chamber. He really wants to bring this chamber into a position where they are known for training business owners, truly training them to move into the next level and to grow and scale. And it's important to him, particularly because that is a chamber that is made up of usually people who look like me. Okay, or him. So I'm Black, white, and Hispanic, so I kind of carry them all. But most of the chamber is minority or of a disadvantaged population, whatever definition we want to give it. He wanted to make sure that they have that training. He knows I'm all about intellectual capital and training. So he calls me up and asks me, would I be interested? Would I consider it? Because I'm also someone who's very serious about my time commitments, right? But here I am 2 years ago, I'm homeless and I'm trying to figure it out. And my version of homeless is more, I am living out of hotels and trying to figure out the best way to make some money in my businesses so that I can pay for my what's that thing called? The nightly rate. See, it is so far in my past, right? And so Yeah, that is my version of what homeless looked like. And I go from there to now because of the relationship, the social capital that I have, the intellectual capital that I have gained since Howard University, and this is the thing, we have to pursue this. When I say chase intellectual capital, I mean, you got to be on a pursuit. This is like Pursuit of Happiness, Will Smith running down the street. You are in pursuit of intellectual capital. I have told, like I said, I've lived in 12 different cities, not for my health, okay? It has not always been that easy for me to live in a lot of different places and have to get to know new people. Now, God trained me for that way back in the day when I went to 8 different elementary schools. However, most of why I have moved around is because I was looking for information that did not exist in my backyard. It did not exist in my family. It didn't exist in the schools that I grew up in. All they knew was to tell me to go to Howard. I applied to Howard University, early admission. It was the only school I got into. I said, bet, that's the school I'm going to, because I was told that that's where I could go in order to learn all of the things that I didn't know. And I didn't realize at the time it was because I was in the nation's capital at one of the most elite Black universities. Now, listen, I didn't know what Howard was, to be honest with you. I listen to people when they tell me stuff. I don't necessarily have to know all the nitty gritty. I can learn that later. But I'm learning so much because of where I've come from. I'm always taking in so much information. I don't always catch the first hint. So I didn't actually know what Howard University was until I got there. And I find out that I'm part of this Black elite group. Oh my gosh, pressure first and foremost. I thought I was just going to be the first, college graduate in my family. Now I've got like the Felicia Rashads on my bag, the Thurgood Marshalls to impress. Like, I have ancestors that are looking on me and expecting from me what I never thought that I could do. But it's the intellectual capital that got me here. Okay, so let me see here. I want to back up just a little bit and talk about a phrase that I have very often heard in a lot of business rooms, and you have probably heard it too. You may have, or you will. And I want you to give it a little bit of side eye. Wait, did I do a good emoji side eye? I don't know. I don't give people a side eye very often. But here's this phrase. When you find yourself being the smartest person in the room, it is time for you to find new rooms. Here's the thing. There's no way you can ever be the smartest in the room. I cannot be the smartest in this room. It is impossible because there is so much information out there. There is so much that the person standing next to me knows that I don't know. I can give you example after example. I have a sister who took a completely different route than I did. Oh my goodness. She drove me. She's my little sister, right? Or at least in my head, she's now 32 with 4 kids and married. But for me, that's my baby sister. And so I set out a path and I'm like, okay, we're going to college. And then when you graduate from college with your degree, you're going to work your way up the ladder. Well, she did not do that. I laid out the trail right behind her, breadcrumbs behind it and everything, and she just refused to do it. She didn't graduate from high school in the traditional way. She got her GED and then backdoored and got like an online diploma, high school diploma, which is interesting. So she now has 2 of them. She didn't go to college. She decided to pursue a audio engineering certification. She didn't stay in full-time employment. She was the first of my mom's 3 kids to jump out into business. We didn't know what we were doing. So we're looking at her. We're like, listen, you have no formal education. You have a kid. Like, what are you doing? And she jumps out into business. And we're like, she's talking about virtual assistants. This was, 10 years ago. And so for us, we'd never heard of virtual assistants. Most people still have not heard of virtual assistants. If you haven't, they are people who will do work for you, assistant work for you virtually. And it is at a low cost because they are virtual. So they don't have the overhead of an office and all of those things typically. So Either way, my sister finds out about this thing online. Here she is accessing her own daggone intellectual capital. And I am super doubtful. And she jumps out into business. And I honestly, a year later, I decided to follow behind because I realized I was in a toxic environment. I needed to jump out there. I needed to start a business. I had an opportunity to gain a little bit of a nest egg. I had worked a temporary job in Puerto Rico, helping out with the FEMA recovery from some tornadoes, not tornadoes, hurricanes. Those real big hurricanes came through there. So I worked for a few months in Puerto Rico and I gained a nest egg of $30,000. Now, this is me, uber responsible Christina, and I am doing it the so-called right way. Well, I get back from Puerto Rico with my little nest egg and I realize I don't know what in the Sam Hill biscuit I'm doing. I don't even know where to start. I haven't a clue where to start. But here goes my little sister, the one that has made such unwise choices through her life, the one who has taken such a non-traditional route to do what made sense to her, right? From the intellectual capital she had gathered, because I later find out the reason that she didn't want to go to college. And I get it, right? So here I am. I don't know. I got my college degree. I have lived all across the world. I have interviewed politicians. I have interviewed from the top to the bottom. I have learned things, just random stuff about beekeeping, beekeeping and traffic circles. Like I have all this intellectual capital. What I don't know is step number one on what to do with my business. And so what I did was I reached out to my sister. I just had to humble myself because listen, when we are accessing intellectual capital, we have to humble ourselves. We have to be able to say, I don't know this. And not only do I not know this, I don't even know what I don't know about this. I haven't a clue what I'm doing. And so I had to reach out to my sister. And at the time, we were not the best of friends in any way because we judged each other on the decisions that we had made in life. Point there, wisdom, don't judge people because you never know why it is that they're making those choices. So my sister and I, we pair up for a couple of workshops. That was all we thought we could muster of each other. It was just a couple of workshops because she at the same time was admitting to herself, not to me, but she was admitting to herself that because she didn't have a formal education, there were presentation skills and soft skills that she didn't earn in that education that I possessed, right? So here we are, we're leaning on each other for each other's intellectual capital. Right now, what would have happened if I had decided that in my family, the only college graduate, the one that went to the Howard University, right? What if I had decided that I was the smartest person in my family? I am the smartest person in the room. And quite frankly, I have decided that in my life. When I was 18 years old and I scurried on off, I decided that I was the smartest in my family and I had to blaze these trails and I had to show them how it was done. There's a little bit of ego in that, right? And it's a little bit of ego in that every single time that I hear a speaker up on stage. So for my speakers, for my corporations, for those who are distributing intellectual capital, let me let you know that has a little bit of, and I don't use this word very often, and I use it in the definition way, but it's got a little bit of ignorance in it. For us to determine at any point that we can't learn from someone else in the room. The best interview answer that I ever gave in my journalism career, and it was my favorite. It was like I looked forward to the question of what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses at these full day they were full day interviews that they would fly us out for in journalism. And they'd always ask that question. And I loved the question because I loved my answer. I knew it was good, but I meant it. And I enjoyed that was a true fact about me. I would tell them that my strength is that I can stand in a room and I can have a conversation and relate to everyone in that room from the CEO down to the janitor. Now that comes from my background. That comes because I am mixed. It is not easy to be in a world built on dichotomies and be someone who wants to exhibit and honor all of my ancestry. Now, none of that ancestry, including the white side, comes from privilege. We are Irish on that side. And so I didn't even get some bonus points on there, right? The intellectual capital has been systemically restricted from every section of my ancestors. It has also but the other side of that coin, for my folks who didn't grow up with intellectual capital, what we have, oh buddy, we got it in spades. We have instincts. We have really, really good instincts. And in business, that's important. That is important. That is the intellectual capital that has been passed down to you. Think about it. We got folks in our ancestry who weren't supposed to know how to read, right? Somehow they learned how to read. All right. They're doing the thing. They're seeking it out. They are chasing. They are in pursuit of that intellectual capital. Now, it may not be in the form of how to, investment stocks. It may not be in the form of how to create a conglomerate. It may not be in the Rockefeller form. That ain't my ancestry. Maybe that's some of y'all's ancestry, but it is not mine. But what my ancestors gave me are instincts, because it was their instincts that had them chasing and pursuing intellectual capital at the risk of their lives. Not just their lives, but their families' lives, right? Can you imagine that? That's how much they wanted to learn something and pass down just the little bit of snippets that they could, right? We have those instincts. Your instincts are going to tell you when you don't know something. It is your ego that will prevent you from saying, I don't know that. It is your ego that will prevent you from being humble enough to say, that's not something I know, and I'm willing to risk it all in order to find it. How did I end up homeless? Because I'm willing to daggone risk it all so I can find out what I need to. And what did I learn in those 2 years? Oh, buddy, I learned how to raise capital. I learned how to raise financial capital. Remember, I've had intellectual capital in droves. I have been working on my network since way back when. If you are young, keep those relationships active, right? So I had that in droves, but what I didn't know was how to convince somebody to turn over a major daggone check to me. Because the tech company that God then gave me and my sister, we accidentally, remember, we started with just 2 workshops. Now here we are, we've got a full tech business that requires a $1.5 million investment. Not only did I need to, in those 2 years, fortify myself and build up my gumption to say that that's how much financial capital would really, truly push forward a project that is leveling the playing field for every entrepreneur in this world, right? We're leveling that, because think about this. I'm going to take an aside real quick, because that one I love. So more than 50% of entrepreneurs in the US alone work remotely. Right? Why are we working remotely? Because we can't afford houses, or offices. Most people are trying to keep their expenses down. No one is folks ain't trying to raise that up until we raise the financial capital, right? And yet all of the business programming, most of this business programming is done in person. And the virtuals are these one directional. Now, I like speaking out to y'all, but y'all can't talk back to me. And I quite honestly, as a relational person, I don't like that. I don't know if you laughing. I don't know if you kids, like, I'm not getting anything from you. And so what our platform allows for these business programs to do is to come in and create an in-person experience online, but not with like goggles and stuff, but with a web browser. That's freaking cool. And I don't care what anybody says. Now you'll get some doubters in business. You'll get some folks that, well, do people seriously want to still do virtual after the pandemic? You'll get those doubters, particularly as a person of color. But it's the intellectual capital, it's that knowledge, it's that instinct that you have that's sitting inside of you and allows you to say back to them, okay, I completely understand that you don't get it. Thank you for your time. And you move on. That's the CEO mentality. If they don't get it, they don't get it. There's nothing we can do about that, right? So it's gaining all of that in there. Now, for my folks who are more academic, I always have a message for you. And I'm kind of going through a few things here. I wish we had a chat. Do we have a chat? Oh, yeah, we don't, because it's like keynote style. Cool. Okay. So for my folks who are like me and we like tests and we're studious and we know that there are answers out there, I do have one very important thing to tell you. There are no real answers in business. There are no real answers in business. Remember that instinct I was talking about? That is way more important than knowing every single little bitty term. You're going to learn those over time. I mean, there are some, I've got a list of 52 of them that I'm putting together for my Patreon account where I'm going to define them. So there's UVP, MVP, family office. What are those? Convertible notes, boards, all of those things. And so I'll be putting, so wait, I got myself lost. That's not good. Wait, it is so like this, like no interaction thing, y'all, right? Okay, so intellectual capital is where we were. Let me make sure. Oh, we're at the box. We're at the box. Okay, so for us that like real answers, I want y'all to think about everything that we have been taught systemically. You know, you go to elementary school, you go on to middle school, you get into high school, and then you're able to move into higher education. And then, right, this is that sort of staggered system that we have been mostly taught, unless you were lucky and you were raised by entrepreneurs, which okay, so in that box, sorry, I got a note. So in that box, usually there is folders. Think of it like an old school box, or if you're someone who's young enough and you don't know about the old school filing box, that's fine. Think of it like a Google folder, right? Like a Google Drive. So inside of that box are folders. Inside of those folders are other folders, subfolders, and inside of those are subfolders. So every time that you encounter something in life, such as it's time to go to middle school, or it's time to go to high school, or it's time to apply to college, every single one of those things, there's a labeled folder inside of that box. And inside of there are those subfolders that are giving you the steps of how to update your resume, how to interview, how to, like, every single how to is inside of that box. And we are used to being able to walk up to people and say, hey, tell me a little bit of this, right? Tell me more about this. Tell me a little bit more. That's what we're used to being able to say. But in business, that is not how it works, right? We are creating new things. A Facebook, a StreamYard, an Instagram, a TikTok, a Temu. I've been getting these things. A Versus. Do y'all remember Versus in the middle of the daggone pandemic? Right? These are creative things. These are ideas that did not exist. This came out of someone's head. And so there are no real answers as to how to pursue and build that thing. There was no one telling Mark Zuckerberg exactly how to get Facebook to scale, exactly how to prove to people that, yes, we would like to communicate with each other across the globe. Absolutely. That's a thing that people are interested in. But I guarantee you, he had potential investors who were telling him that that was not a viable idea. And so he had to scale it back to that MVP being only college students could reach out to each other. And we could do very limited things on the original Facebook. But all of that came from Mark's head, him and his team. Same thing for StreamYard, same thing for anything that is in your house. And so no one can tell you how to build a new thing. There are no real answers. You are creating those as you go. And you are doing that through intellectual capital, so that knowledge, right? Just straight up knowledge. Don't forget, it's not just the knowledge, but it's also the people that you know who have knowledge that you don't. That social capital part. right? So you are accessing it through intellectual capital and you are accessing it through instinct. I cannot impress upon you enough to follow your instinct. Whatever it is now, you got to back it up, make it make sense, right? Now, going, that's where the intellectual capital comes in. That's when you're able to tell someone, listen, this is just the MVP. We're going into our beta, and we had a successful pilot in which we had blah, blah, blah. Like, you need those terms in order to prove your case sometimes. But it does not mean that those terms alone are going to determine whether or not your business is successful. All right, Miss Coach Kimberly.
Yes, I enjoyed you today, Miss Chris. And I really wanted to know, for the audience sake, where can we reach you?
Catchchris.com. So it is yes. And remember, there's no H in Chris.
Okay, so can you go ahead and spell it out for us?
It is CATCHCRIS.com.
Nice. Thank you so much for coming today and sharing your expertise with us. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, so you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use Cash App. The Cash App is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com, and every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. Now, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2023. And they are North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Frichet Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margin McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League, by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box. I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people. Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you
elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. 380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistance and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Kimberly Williams, and I am your business moderator for the Black Business Network this morning. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. Now, we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm very excited to bring before you today someone who's going to speak on mastering the art of communications. So Dr. Tandra Price is a speaker, an author, a trainer, and networking coach. She has over 15 years of experience as a network marketer and sales professional. Dr. Tandra created Next Ventures Coaching and creating an empowerment movement for women in business and those aspiring. This concept quickly became successful, which led to Dr. Tandra to create Conversations Over Coffee and Ukinetic, a platform that assists women in tapping into the power of networking and teaching them how to leverage different multi-level marketing resources, strategies to create generational wealth. I present to you Dr. Tandra Price.
Hello. Thank you so much, Coach Kimberly. That was an amazing introduction. Thank you so much.
I am so excited to have you and to hear from you today. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm so excited to be here again. My name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am a renowned international speaker, accomplished 2-time best-selling author, and I am the owner editor, chief, and publisher of a global magazine called Tapped In Magazine. It is widely recognized, again, as a global publication. Our magazine has 4 editions, which is one for women, men, speakers, authors, and coaches. Really, Tapped In Magazine solves all your problems in making it easier for entrepreneurs to spread their message and to expand their network and reach to a broader audience. So today I want to talk to you about mastering the art of communication. We're going to talk about 5 different areas in mastering the art of communication. And those 5 areas is going to be 1, how do we start a conversation? 2 is, when is the best time to network? And 3, we always have to have a plan. And 4 is, how do we incorporate LinkedIn as a part of our conversation? And then 5, we're going to see how we can incorporate Tapped In Magazine to help you with your needs into expanding your network base. So I want to talk about, again, the first thing was about how do you start a conversation? Just imagine how many conversations that are taking place worldwide. Any conversation could be any time that you are trying to send a message to your prospects or to your community. Everything is always a conversation. That could be face-to-face, that could be on social media, video chat, phone calls, any type of social media platform. We're always trying to figure out, how do we engage with our community and our prospects to have that back and forth conversation to where we can actually really build relationships. Well, I'm going to give you maybe 5 or 6 simple ways of really kind of how to start a conversation. Approximately right now, again, there's approximately every 2 minutes, there's a conversation that is taking place, believe it or not. So we really want to figure out, how do we master the way of starting a conversation to get it engaged, to get a conversation going back and forth to where it could lead to the next steps. So the very first thing I want to talk about is introducing yourself. Now, whether you're on a social media platform, we want to make it to where people know who we are, what we do. So we always want to have that very strong introduction. A lot of times in more professional settings, we always do that handshake, and make sure you have a firm handshake. But we always either do a handshake in professional settings. But if we're doing social media, we definitely want to make sure that we introduce ourselves in some kind of way to make it more memorable, so people will know who we are and what we do. See, the thing with social media, anytime you put out a post or anything, we want to make sure that people know who we are, because there's so many people on the World Wide Web that's actually tapping into us, that we want to make sure that they know who we are and what we do. The second way is always ask a question. That's one of the ways we kind of get the conversation to stay engaged, keep it going, keep it flowing. We always want to ask a question, whether it be like a survey question or just a general question, to get someone to respond back to you. Whether you do that on the social media platform, or even if you're doing it face-to-face, if you're at a networking event, ask the question, like, what brought you here? How did you get here? I mean, was this your first time being at this particular event? We want to make sure that we're always asking questions, because we don't want the conversation to be open-ended. The next thing is always ask for advice. People love it when you ask for advice. That's another way to kind of start a conversation. You could be at a particular department store or something of that nature and always asking their opinion. Or even if you're at a restaurant, you can say, hey, have you ever tried this particular item on the menu? It's a way to get a conversation going, especially when you're trying to get someone's attention. It was so funny because I was just at a restaurant over the holiday, and I was really trying to get someone's attention. And the best way I was able to get that person's attention is that I asked a question about what was on the menu. And from there, we ended up exchanging information at the end. But they love it when you ask the question. They want to make sure it makes them just feel more helpful, more knowledgeable, that they know really about what's going on. The fourth one is my favorite. It's a compliment. You can never go wrong with starting a conversation with a compliment. A compliment is really the best way. And giving you another example, I was going on vacation a while back, and I was at a shoe store, and a lady was trying on some very, very cute shoes. And I said, oh my God, those look like traveling shoes. And from there, it started a conversation about the particular shoes. And from there, I was able to get her information and to set a one-on-one appointment because we had something that was a little bit in common, which kind of takes me to my next way of starting a conversation is observation. A lot of times we don't look at it, but a lot of times when we're in a different particular type of setting, we want to be observant in ways of starting conversation. Look at some things that are surrounding us. You know, they always say the person in front of you, 3 feet in front of you, is the person who you really need to be talking with, especially if you're in line or something. But while you're doing that, let's find something in common, something that we can really generate a conversation with, whether you are a Lakers fan or whatever. If they have something in common that you can kind of talk about, whether anything that kind of gets the conversation going. Remember, we're trying to get people's information. We're trying to start a conversation. And these are just some simple ways that you can kind of start conversations. A lot of times we do it and we really don't really know that we're starting conversations this way. But if you kind of think about it, or if you're that type of person who's like, I don't really know what to say, well, guess what? These are some different tips that you can do in order to start a conversation. Very easy, not going out of your way. But let's start with an observation. Look at your surroundings and see how you can start a conversation. And you can never go wrong with humor or a joke. You know what? Every time, you know what, we want to make it when we're starting a conversation or meeting someone fun, not so tense. Always start with humor. Humor can knock a conversation out at any time. And lastly, we always want to share a personal story. If you're with someone or you're sitting next to one, and you know, personal stories are always the best. I mean, I was sitting in the Delta Lounge and a lady was sitting there telling me about a story of how she bought a venue, a big wine venue. And it was so amazing. As she was telling her story, I was able to find some stuff in common because, again, I went to Seattle and was able to take in some of their wineries. And because we had some commonality and she shared a story with me, then we were able to connect and then have a further conversation in one-on-one. So it's important to always make sure that we are just, you know, telling personal stories and figuring out ways how we can actually connect and communicate with our prospects. Again, there's so many ways that you can start a conversation, but these are just some of the simple ways that we do automatically every day that we really just don't pay attention to or sometimes or even think about because they're just on autopilot. Now, as me being the networking ninja, I always get this question: when is the best time to start networking, or when do you start networking? Networking is 24/7. So the answer to that question is you start now. Networking is something that you do every day, all day. Just think about it. Networking is like a long-term relationship. You are building that rapport. And when you're building rapport, it takes time to develop that. So it's not like we can just, you know, start a relationship overnight. We have to build on it. And we have to make sure that people know, like, and trust who we are in order to do business with us. So that's something that has to be done on a constant basis, that we never stop networking. Just like I mentioned, there's so many conversations worldwide that are taking place, and they are building those relationships as they go each and every day. I mean, we have to really think about, you know, maybe when the last time you were in a relationship, it just didn't happen overnight. You wanted to make sure that you knew who that person was, you know, whether you trust that person, how did you like that person, is a way of building relationships. Now, one of the best things I love about networking is because it does a couple of different things for us. It helps us to build our visibility and credibility. Networking every time you're around is increasing your visibility. It's showing that you are not here for the short term, you're here for the long run. And it also builds your credibility. More importantly, secondly, it gives you opportunity and collaborations. When you're networking, it's an opportunity for you to collaborate with other people that maybe are doing a similar business to you, or someone that you can collaborate with to add extra value to your products and services that you offer to your client. The third one is always, it builds brand awareness. One of the things is our brand is everything, and we have to make sure that our brand is out there and that we're building that awareness. And lastly, it's all about building partnerships. We want to make sure that we're building good and connective partnerships. Again, when is the best time to network? Now, because networking is a continuous process. It's something that you never stop doing. It's something that you need to incorporate every day into your daily plan. A lot of times people say, well, I'm not very really good at networking. Anytime that you are trying to communicate or trying to get your message across to someone, you are networking. Remember, networking should be done on a regular basis because we're out talking. Networking will never end because there's always going to be conversations to have. It's always going to be new things to talk about. It's always going to be new products and services out there available. So networking will never end. But what we have to make sure is that we're always doing it on a regular basis and that we're consistently doing it and that we incorporate it into our everyday routine. Don't just do it when you like kind of feel like it or when you're thinking about doing it. It has to be something that is done on a constant, regular basis because that's how networking happens. The third thing we want to talk about is a plan. See, when we do networking and we're trying to master the communication of art, we got to have a plan, right? What is it? The saying is, if you don't have a plan, you plan to fail. Something similar to that. But we always got to make sure that we have a plan. So let's think about when we're actually going to an actual networking event, or if we're doing that networking event virtually. One of the things that we want to do is kind of have I call it a networking worksheet. And when you're actually the networking worksheet, it has a few things on the worksheet that kind of helps guide you into making sure that you're mastering your time in an effective and efficient way. So we want to make sure that we're at the right networking spot at the right time. So we want to make sure on that networking worksheet, the first thing it has is the research. Make sure that you research the event that you are going to. We want to make sure that, again, we're at the right event at the right time where our ideal clients will be at. And how do we do that research? Well, normally when a networking event comes out, virtual summit or anything, they normally have the co-host and host there. So let's do a little research. Again, you can do that through LinkedIn. You can do that through the internet, any type of social media platform. We want to make sure that we do our research on who the co-host and host is. Why? Because we want to know who their influencers are. Because 9 times out of 10, if they're hosting this event, a lot of their influencers will be there as well. And you want to see if those are going to be some of your ideal clients or target market that's going to be there, because see, we don't want to be hanging out where our clients are not hanging out at. So that's one of the reasons why we want to do the research. And also another thing you could do is that a lot of times when they have events, they always have a Facebook page or a Facebook group that they want you to join. Perfect way, again, to figuring out who the co-host is and who some of their influencers are, because those influencers will now join that networking group. Also, you want to kind of have a preparation of what you want to say. A lot of time people get a little bit intimidated with networking because they're like, oh my God, I don't know what to say. How do I navigate through this? Easy breezy. Just kind of have a preparation script, not very long, maybe 30 seconds or so away. Again, the very first thing I said was introducing yourself, something that is going to be short and memorable. We don't always have to throw all of our business tactics and stuff into our introduction. Just do something so simple that they will remember who you are. And also, when you go to a networking event, whether it's virtually or in person, you want to have a goal to at least meet 5 people. 5 people. And again, let me give you a way to do that. Again, you're going to join the Facebook group. That's going to be a perfect way to meet 5 people because they encourage people to join that group. And actually, you can already do a pre-introduction by joining that Facebook group. When you join that Facebook group, you can go in there and like some people. Say, hi, I'm so excited. You're going to be at X, Y, and Z event. I'm looking forward to meeting you. And then that, again, starts the conversation. Again, it goes back to our very first way of how do I start the conversation? Again, let's introduce ourselves. And then also you want to actually have a follow-up plan. So after you actually meet the people, you want to make sure that you have a follow-up plan. How do I engage with them after this event, whether it's virtually or in person? How do I engage with them? A lot of times we have our handy dandy phones. And if I'm at an event, I already have a pre-script there that I send to people that I meet at the event. so I can have a one-on-one coffee with them, or I could jump on a quick Zoom call with them. Whatever's convenient for them, I send that message to them, because one of the things that we have to do when we're at a networking event is make sure that we're really listening. And in my response and my follow-up, I always kind of throw a little nugget of what we talked about so they can kind of remember me. Now, one thing I want to do say, within 24 to 48 hours, people do kind of forget who you are. So you want to make sure that you do that follow-up immediately. Okay, let me kind of move on real quick. So, okay, there's a few different networkers, and I want to talk about them. So this will kind of help you kind of, whether you're virtually or in person, of what kind of networker that you want to be. I do want to go back and say, if you're on a virtual networking event, please turn your camera on. People want to do business with people who they see. So make sure that your camera is on when you are networking. I just want to give you a quick example. That's just like if you meet someone at a gas station, you're meeting that person right then and there, right? You're not getting their screen saver picture. You're getting to meet them in person. And we have to think about that the same way when we networking. Turn your camera on. Be actively engaged. Say your voice. Respond to some of the questions. That's one of the ways you get engaged. Okay, real quickly. There's 5 different type of networkers. So you have those who are, I want to call the socialites. It's an attention grabber. So when you walk into a networking room, where I always want to do a 365 panoramic view of the room, so you'll know exactly which spot that you need to go to inside the room. So the first one is, I call them the socialites or the attention grabbers. These are the type of networkers that are outgoing. They're in the corner. They're making so much noise. They're like really, really loud. These are the people who you have to decide, okay, do I want to go into that group? Now, 9 times out of 10, you go into that group, they're going to know a lot of people and they're going to introduce you to some people. But you have to decide if that's where I want to go. Next one, you have your, I call them the observers or lurkers. They're just kind of sitting around, kind of looking at the room, trying to see like, which direction do I really want to go? They're kind of sitting back because they don't really know where to go or who to talk to. So I call them observers or lurkers. And then we have the buffet eaters. You cannot forget them. So we know a lot of times the conversation starts at the back of the line, not at the front of the line. But you have these people that sit at the buffet line and they're always kind of eating and talking and chatting. So you're going to get to know a lot about who else is in the room just by being on that buffet line. Then I call them, the next one is our walkers or connectors. These are the type of people that are really focusing on connecting and building relationships. So they're going to be more focused. They're going to be headed to, certain different people that they know that they want to come talk to. Remember, our goal is to meet 5 people. So they're on a mission. They're going to walk and connect with 5 people before they leave. The last one is, I call them goal setters or strategists. I mean, they have a plan. They know exactly what they're doing, and they came in there and they know exactly who they're going to talk to, and then they leave. So you have to feel like, okay, where do I belong at in that group? And let's identify which networker you are and which one you want to be at. Which one are you going to get the mess of the bang buck for it? Now, think about that too when we're looking at virtually. When you're on a virtual network, you have, again, someone's just talking and chapping. You want to hurry up and write their name down, or hurry up and go over to your second screen and connect with them on LinkedIn immediately, because they're going to know a lot of people that are already in the event. Take the same concept. Again, look at the observers. Those who are quiet, don't say very much. They're just kind of looking and thinking. Again, you don't have buffet eaters, but guess what? You have go-getters, or I want to call them people that are really kind of trying to put their information out there. They're trying to make sure that they are seen, heard, and noticed. And then you have your part-timers on a virtual. See, some people that come in and out, they're not very seen. Their visibility is not strong. I don't know if you want to be a part of those. And then you have your influencers. So it's kind of the same way when we're thinking about the networking event and how do we get engaged. Our next thing we want to talk about real quickly is, how do we incorporate LinkedIn to all of this that we just did? Okay, so I love LinkedIn. It's one of my favorites because the decision makers are there. There is over 810 million users on LinkedIn. It is one of the most social media platform that is not really used as much, because a lot of people kind of steer away from that because they don't get the visibility, or they don't get the highlight that they would get on like the other social media. But it's 810 million users on LinkedIn. And did I mention it was free? It is a free platform. See, here's what I love about LinkedIn, because see, you have unlimited access. You have their emails, you have their phone numbers, you have direct messaging. You can direct connect with people on LinkedIn. Remember, did I say that the decision makers was there? The decision makers are there, and there's people who are looking for you on LinkedIn. But the one thing that we have to do and make sure that we do is that we have to have a professional profile. That's where all the communication starts, is by having that professional profile. You got to make sure that you have a professional picture, a professional banner, have a headshot, because that is a part of your branding when you get into LinkedIn. Make sure all your information is updated. We don't want to have no information that is not updated, because one of the things is when someone is looking for you on LinkedIn, they're not going to hunt for you. We want to make it easy speasy for them to connect with us. They're not going to go to other different social media to look for you. They want all the information correctly right there on your LinkedIn profile. So make sure you have all your information updated. Make sure that we're utilizing the highlighting sections. Again, if you can highlight your information to where when the prospect comes looking for you, everything is right there in your highlight section, perfect. Perfect. Because now they're getting to know who you are, what you do. Make sure that your information is consistent about your products and services. Don't put a lot of different stuff on your highlights that don't relate to what you do. Let me say that again. Don't put a lot of stuff in your highlights that don't relate to what you do. We want to stay consistent in our messaging when we're on LinkedIn. Keep everything professionally. Don't put anything on there that is not professionally. Okay, even including your posts. Make sure everything is professional. And here's the cool thing: when you're actually responding to someone else's post, and we can talk about that a little later, when you do like, comment, and post, we could talk about how, when you're looking at other people's posts, make sure that it has some relation to what you do, and make sure that the information that you're posting is of current value when you're doing that. And when you're replying back to other people's posts on LinkedIn, it is a business professional site. So everyone is looking for information that actually connects with you. When I talked earlier about building that know, like, and trust, that's really how you do it. Because on LinkedIn, by you commenting and sharing other people's posts, it talks a little bit about who you are and what you do and what your likes and interests are, right? So we want to make sure that we keep everything on the same level as what we're doing within our business. And then I want to talk to you lastly about how do we incorporate Tapped In Magazine with everything that we're doing. Again, I mentioned that Tapped In Magazine is a highly recognized global publication, and we're doing some amazing things within our publication. We will be in the UK later in June or July. We'll be having our first UK edition. But it's kind of what I want to call a quick media guide. A lot of times, it's really good for coaches, authors, and speakers and CEO who's looking to get quick visibility. See, magazine publications has been around a long time, and people are actually getting into these to get more visibility, to show more of their credibility. When you go into different conferences and meetings, you can hand them a publication to show that you've been in a national publication, and it carries so much credibility. But one of the things that we do as well, being a part of our publication, is that we want to get you with some of our media partners. So we put you into a news media spread for our media publication, and sometimes it goes out to over 120 media publications. But again, we show you how to use that information to actually help give you the more visibility, help you increase your credibility. It is a way that we can actually help you with expanding your network. Along with our publication, we do a couple of different other things as far as podcasts and television. Again, we want to make sure that you're seen, heard, and noticed with Tapped In Magazine. So if there's something that you would be interested in and actually putting your profile out there, it's an amazing, great way to do it. Tapped In Magazine, we have over 350 online distributions, and we've been doing some amazing things in the community. We have had people come from our publication to become an author, starting their own television show. They've been able to be on major speaking platforms, and it's just an amazing way to get your information out there. We're doing something so super cool this June for Father's Day, and it's called Profit in Style. So if you are a father, what a best way to get your name out there and the visibility. Again, we're going to roll out the red carpet for you. So if you're interested in being a part of Tapped In Magazine, please go to Tap In, that's TAPIN magazine.info. It gives you all the information about our publication and how you can get involved in being a part of that. Again, I just want to say, go to TAPIN magazine.info, and it is going to be an awesome way to get your information out there and get you some quick media. A lot of times, one of the things that we fail to do, and it's a part of our branding, is that when we are actually promoting ourselves, we want to make it the most effective and efficient way. One of the things with being a part of Tapped In Magazine is a digital and print publication. But by using that digital link, you can put that digital link in so many different areas of your business, in so many ways for people to see you. I know a lot of times they say we got to make sure that we're Googleable. So when you're actually in Tapped In Magazine, that's one thing that it'll be able to help you do, is to have that Google presence online. So I share with you 5 different ways of actually how to master the art of communication. And again, we have to make sure that we're taking these proper steps when we're actually communicating and making sure that our message is getting out in a much positive way. We want to make sure that we're seen, heard, and noticed. See, a lot of times we put so much information out there that we wonder why, nobody responded to me, or I didn't get a message, or anything like that. But it's really how are we effectively communicating and engaging with our audience? How are we trying to ask, again, questions? Are we asking the right questions? Are we letting them, or asking advice from our prospects in order to get them to communicate back with us? It's all about what message are you putting out there, and how are you actually wanting your prospects to respond back to you? It's mastering the art of communication, and we can do it in so many different ways. I just shared a few ways with you of actually how you could do master the art of communication. But one of the things is, remember, no matter what we're doing, and I know a lot of people think, well, networking is just like going to network events. No, it's anytime that we are putting out any type of communication, it is networking. Because see, here's the cool thing about it is, you wanting someone to respond back to you. You wanting someone to engage with you. And guess what? Ultimately, you want that person to be your prospect. You want that person to be your customer. How do you get them to be your customer? Know, like, and trust. See, we're building that relationship. Remember, I told you that networking is it's a long-term process. It's nothing short. We have to build a relationship. And the more people see you, let's talk about that real quick. The more people see you in visibility, the more they're going to get to like you. Just think about this. You know what? I did a workshop with some of my clients, and I said, I want us to be able to do something what they do over the holidays. Now, right when the holidays come, they're always just throwing out masses of commercials on different things. I actually saw over the holiday of this last year, I saw Walmart that was on the commercial. It was actually, I monitored for a whole week so I could give this example. And this is kind of just an example I want to give to you. But over the whole week during the holiday of last year, Walmart came on as a commercial 220 times. Now, that was just on some of the local channels that I seen. And we know Walmart is worldwide. But imagine with me if you did just a tenth of that for your business, which meaning that if you're like on all the social media, you're mastering the LinkedIn. Could you imagine where your business would be with invisibility? See, because we don't think about it like that. See, they're already ahead of the game of us because they already had their strategy plan. Remember, that was the third one. They always have a plan of how they're going to get that information out to the prospects. Because see, I guarantee you, by watching that many times a Walmart commercial, you eventually went into Walmart. This is where I'm going. You eventually went into Walmart. So just imagine if you had just a little bit of that visibility, that again, if you're in different locations, different media outsourced, that eventually someone's going to come into your store. They're going to want to come in and say, okay, you know what? I see that she's like all over the place. I'm curious. Let me get a little bit more information about who she is and what she does. So then that's going to be a phone call to you. And here's the cool thing. You're going to make it so easy for them to connect with you. Whether you have a QR code, you have a website, a link, or something that they can connect with you very quickly and easy. See, again, that's where Tapped In Magazine comes in, because we are now a global publication and we get you again featured in a lot of our media partners. And you really never know who is going to see you. But the key is that you use a visibility tool to make sure that you're seen, heard, and noticed in different areas. And again, a lot of times that is left out when it comes to branding ourselves, to be in different ways. A lot of times it is left out. So we want to make sure, again, anytime that you are trying to communicate your products and services out to any of the community, it is communication. The key is, how do we master it? How do we make it more effective and efficiently that people can know exactly who we are, what we do, that is clear, concise, and memorable. And then Tapped In Magazine can help you do that. We can help make sure that you are seen, heard, and noticed. We can help you with your networking efforts. We can help you with your LinkedIn efforts. We have a LinkedIn bootcamp where we can really help you master your profile communication, making sure that you have everything on your profile that you need to really, when someone clicks on your profile, that they will know who you are. And here's the cool thing: when you're actually liking someone else's comment or post on LinkedIn, trust me, they're looking you up. They're going to look you up because they're going to say, oh my God, who is this person that liked my comment? Especially if you make a comment on LinkedIn and you leave more than just, please get rid of the emojis. Get rid of the emojis when it comes to LinkedIn. Let's make sure that we're really putting a good comment in LinkedIn, because what happens is when a person just see you throw an emoji or something, they know that you're just going through the process. When you actually take time to read their posts and make a really good comment, those are the people who are going to respond to you, because when you've taken time to actually check out what they're saying and understand what they're saying, they're going to love it. They're going to love it. And then guess what? They're going to click on your profile. So now you've opened up the doors to communication. And when they open up the door, when they click on your profile, we want to make sure that all your information is there. We have a good picture, good banner. We have all of our highlights together. All of our information is current. We have to make sure that anything that we have related to our business on LinkedIn that is already in there perfectly and done. It's amazing how you can get so much business on LinkedIn just by starting with your profile. See, a lot of times prospects or people who are on LinkedIn think that they have to do a whole lot, but it really just starts with your profile. And we can help you with that. Again, we have a boot camp where we sit down and we make sure that all your information is in your LinkedIn profile that is good. We want to make sure that they can really start a conversation with you, that you have some open-ended questions on your profile to say, okay, let me see. I like what she's saying. I think she can help my organization. Let me give her a call. Or let me, better yet, send her a message and say, let me set up a one-on-one appointment with you because I would like to know more about what you do. And that's part of how we start that conversation. That's a part of how you're mastering the art of communication. And not only that, let's take a step back when we talked a little bit about networking, kind of the same way. I talked about, how you find your virtual networkers and how you find your in-person networkers, it's kind of the same way. We want to make sure that everything starts with a clear, concise message to make sure that you remember all. How do you do that? Again, we want to make sure that we have a good introduction. We want to introduce ourselves. A lot of times when I go to networking events, I always start with humor. I always start with a joke, because you know what? The best way to get someone talking is to laugh. I know I gave you like 6 different ways of how to start a conversation, but I have 2 of my favorites, which one is humor and a compliment, because you can never go wrong. Why the compliment? Because people love to talk about themselves. They love to talk about themselves. So if you're complimenting someone, it is such a better way to start a conversation. Really and truly, if you think about it, you can start a conversation without having any words. All you have to do is smile when you do your conversation. Just think about it. We do it naturally when we go to like a store or something like that, right? The very first thing we walk into a store, we're smiling. We should be smiling anyway, because you know what? It's a happy day. Listen, we've had so many things to be thankful for, and when we get up in the morning, we should be just smiling anyway. But just think, when you go out in a place, and the first thing you do is you smile. And the person say, what's the next thing they say? Hello. Right? They say hello. And then you say hello back. Then guess what, too? We kind of go through those steps of the conversation. You can go through, ask the question, compliment, be an observer. See, these are the things that we do that really just kind of flows into place, and that we really kind of don't realize that we're doing them, but we're doing them anyway. But it really starts from the initial thing, and smiling and saying hello. Guess what? My name is Tandra. Now you're introducing yourself. And now you go into, guess what? Ask the question. Have you been here before? Oh, I mean, you know, then guess what? Well, what do you think about this? Asking advice. I'm just kind of giving you an example. Oh, have you been here before? Oh, have you tried this before? Oh my God. Or have you been waiting in line very long? You're asking a question, right? Secondly, then we want to ask advice. So now we want to get to a point where we can actually talk about advice. You know, now let's ask them something. What do you suggest about this? Or what do you suggest about that? See what I'm saying? It just kind of flows on something naturally. And then, oh my goodness, it comes with my favorite compliment. Oh my God, that's a cute outfit you got on. Have you ever noticed how many times some people will say, oh my God, your glasses is cute, your shirt is cute, or something like that? When people are doing that, they're trying to start a conversation with you. Just don't be like, I got this at Zara or someplace. I mean, I'm just saying, just don't end it that way. Keep it going, because now we're trying to strum up a business. How can I get your contact information? We have to figure out from there, how do we do it? Right? So I'm just kind of going over just information of how do we start the conversation? How do we match it? We take those simple steps that I told you that we always do anyway. Listen, introduction, ask the question, ask the advice. Now I'm going into a compliment. Now, guess what? The joke. Now we start coming up with a joke. And after that joke, we come up with, then we're like, okay, now it's funny. So now you can say, oh, you know what? I kind of like you. You know what I mean? You kind of got a little bit of something in common, because, you know, now the joke kind of goes from, okay, now you said this joke. Now it's kind of lingering on, right? So then the next thing the person would say, oh, by the way, what do you do? Glad you asked, right? So I'm just going to give you an example of how you can take all those ways that I told you, those strategies, into starting a conversation. Then the next thing you want to go into is, after you did that humor, then guess what? It's the story time. It's storytelling time, because now they've sat there with you and they've talked to you a little bit, right? You went through all those steps. Now they talk to you a little bit, and now you can go into a story, right? Give them a personal story that now they can connect. It's actually now an attachment to you. And once you have that story that resonates with them, then they're like, oh my goodness, you know what? This is not enough time. How can we connect? You know, by the way, listen, are you on LinkedIn? Are you on Facebook? Let's connect. So you got to figure out a way. Now we're going to use that social media tactic to now connect and figure out the next steps. So after we do all of that, then guess what? You've been networking. Believe it or not, you have been networking. People say, when is the perfect time to networking? You already was networking just off of those steps. See, it felt like a conversation, right? And that's what networking is supposed to feel like. It's supposed to feel like a conversation. It's not supposed to feel like something that you're forced to do that is like, oh my God, now I got to do it. But if you see exactly kind of how I went into the smooth of that, is what we're doing on a daily basis, which is networking. I call it conversation. A lot of people want to call it networking. We can change the terminology, but it's all the same. We're actually just communicating with someone, and we're letting that communication keep going and building. We're building the rapport, the relationship. We're letting all that happen. And then guess what? Now we're at the one-on-one appointment. Now that's going to be the tricky part, because see, now we go from all that communication to now getting the appointment. Now, how do you close it? That's a different topic, but that's where we're all going. Okay. And then we just continue to communication, networking. We keep doing it over and over and over and over and over. It's a continuous process. It never stops, because there's always conversation to be had. There's always something to talk about. No matter where you go, it's always something to talk about. We got to look at it like that. See, because there's two things that I know for sure that makes residual income and that makes instant money. Two things I know. That's knowledge and connections. Let me say it again. There's two things that makes instant money right now and residual money continuously. It's two things. Is knowledge and connections. You can never go wrong. The more connections you make and the more knowledge we are. See, because one of the things, even with the knowledge, we have to keep our personal development going. So never forget that. This has been amazing.
You have been amazing. Thank you so very much for your genius and for coming on with us. We definitely appreciate it. I do want to ask you really quickly, where can we find you?
You can find me at on LinkedIn, Facebook, and you can also find me at tapin, TAPIN magazine.org.
Thank you very much. Genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity. to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.